Well, you're very welcome to Fightzone, and we are north of the border once more. We like being here as well because we're in the Beach Ballroom in Aberdeen. Star of the show in these parts is Dean Sutherland. We're going to be hearing from Dean. He's top of the bill here tonight. But what a setting, Glenn McCrory. We like to move around on Fightzone. This place is going to be bouncing in a little while.
Do you know, it's great to come to Aberdeen. It's been a long time to get boxing here and to get it at a good level. Dean Sutherland is doing that. I'm expecting great things from him. I'm a bit of a fan, and you know, he's delivering.
Now, of course, we were in London and Newark last week. We had a couple of really impressive stoppages with the women's fights in London. Then we moved on to a Carl Greaves car. It was a fantastic event again in Newark as well. The whole town seemed to turn out for that one. Busy times for Fightzone, Glenn.
Really was. I mean, it's some good fights. The ladies were brilliant in London. Carl Greaves put on a fabulous show, and we're looking forward to what we've got here in Aberdeen, and then next week we're in Geordieland.
Oh yeah, here we go. It's always about Newcastle. Of course, Fightzone's bringing you shows from Canada as well, don't forget that. So it's going to be a very busy weekend. We can't wait for the action to start here. Some great local talent that we're going to talk you through the card in a little while. But of course, the main man is Dean Sutherland. We're going to catch up with Dean. But of course, on Fightzone, well, we have world champions on Fightzone, and there's a big event coming north of the border very soon. Hannah Rankin with those world titles now, the WBA and IBO Super Welterweight champion. What a start she's been on Fightzone. And there's a star right next to us here, Glenn, because Dean Sutherland, well, to say he's popular in these parts is a bit of an understatement. This place is going to be bouncing in a bit. Great to spend some time with you now, Dean, before you get ready to get your hands wrapped. How are you feeling now, topping the bill here again?
I'm absolutely buzzing for it, mate. The crowd is going to be absolutely electric tonight. Everybody's been jumping at me to get tickets. I've been running about like an absolute madman trying to get rid of them, and I haven't been able to get them away quick enough. So I'm expecting when all Scottish affair is going to get tasty tonight.
Yeah, you're in against Corey McCulloch. But Glenn, similarities with you. You were a bit of a star in the Northeast. You brought boxing and world title fights to the Northeast. This fellow wants to do exactly the same. There's a bit of a comparison there.
Very much so. I mean, one of the proudest things for me in my career was being the first world champion from the northeast of England, and I'm sure that'll be something that Dean would like to do from this part. You know, because I've been in boxing covering fights, and I was just talking to Dean earlier, for over 30 odd years, and you know, we never went to Aberdeen. So it's great to come here. It's a great part of the world, and it's great when it's one of their own that they're supporting. The atmosphere's here, but it's an Aberdeen young man that's setting it all alight.
You're only 23. You've stopped working now. I know you're a sparky by trade. What's the difference in terms of now training as a full-time pro? How helpful has that been?
It's been unbelievable for myself. The physical aspect of the training, obviously getting an extra training session and more technical work is brilliant, but from the mental side of things and the recovery in between, making sure I'm able to get sports massages, I'm able to proper stretch off, relax, plan my meals and that much better, and just from a mental health side of things, I'm much more relaxed, I'm much more happier, and being able to spend more time with my partner, my family, my friends, and at the end of the day, a happy fighter is a dangerous fighter, and I think you're going to see that tonight.
His fans shame a lot of us as well, Glenn. You've seen the way they turn up, the three-piece suits. We saw it in Hamilton, do you remember? Back in the summer, and you could see them all in the suit, the three-piece suits. What is it then about this place? All your mates all like getting dolled up for the occasion?
Definitely, we don't get events like this up here, so as soon as it does come, it is party central. Everybody's been on to me, running about, saying where they're getting their suits from, so they're not matching each other. But no, this place just loves a really good night out, and this is exactly what I'm bringing. I'm bringing entertainment to Aberdeen, and everybody's jumping on board, and the local support's been phenomenal for myself.
You are top of the bill. It's an all-Scottish affair. We're really looking forward to it. Yourself against Corey McCulloch. Of course, you know him well, but there's been no mates in that ring. So we're looking forward to the action. You better crack on and get your hands wrapped. And in the meantime, me and Glenn will go through the card. Of course, this is Fightzone. And as mentioned, Dean Sutherland, he's Mr. Aberdeen in these parts. Lots of pressure on his shoulders, as there is pressure on the shoulders of Hannah Rankin.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
Well caught.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome firstly to the ring from Brawl, Hayden Hill. And now, ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome to the ring all the way from Dingwall, Ben Bartlett. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen in attendance here at ringside. A very warm welcome to our viewers joining us at home on Fightzone. We come to you from the spiritual home of the Aberdeen assassin. We're in the Vegas of the North. We come to you live right here from the Beach Ballroom, Aberdeen, Scotland. So Dennis Hobson for Fight Academy in association with Matty McAllister's Northern Sporting Club and Sam Kynock are very proud to bring you an evening of world-class boxing action sponsored by JJ Crump & Son, Empire Fight Store, Agila Lounge and the Insta Group. As we said, we are live on Fightzone. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we effect the introductions for our first contest, we've got to tell you that the gentleman standing in the blue corner is an absolute last-minute replacement. As has happened through COVID, we've had call-offs galore. It's been a promoter's nightmare, and today was no different. So this young man has stepped into the breach at the last minute. This will be 6 two-minute rounds, an exhibition contest, but we thank him for his attendance. Mr. John Bruce is our timekeeper at the bell. In charge of the action, a referee is Mr. Kevin McIntyre. Introducing first in the blue corner, wearing white with silver trim, on the scales, 10 stone 10 pounds. A top amateur boxer coming to the ring this evening in only his second professional contest from Arbroath, Scotland. Please welcome Hayden Hill. And standing across the ring in the red corner, wearing the solid black shorts with white trim, official weight 10 stone 5 pounds, undefeated professional 3-0 from Dingwall, Scotland, Ben Bartlett.
Hey lads, this is an exhibition bout. This show shall last 10 minutes. Okay, let's have afternoon sparring session. Punch gloves, let's go to work.
Well, our referee, Kevin McIntyre, with the final instructions for this, our first bout of the evening, an exhibition bout. Changes of opponents. As our MC, Craig Stephen, said, it's been a bit of a nightmare for promoters, but Hayden Hill has stepped in, the man from Arbroath, to give a few rounds to Ben Bartlett. So the pair of them can get in there and have a move around. 6 2-minute rounds for this exhibition contest. Ben Bartlett from Dingwall in the Highlands, wearing all black. In the white and silver, Hayden Hill from Arbroath. Both men 22. Bartlett with a record of 3 professional bouts, 3 wins. Last in action back in December against Rustin Fakhurlin, who we will see on the card tonight a little bit later on. And Hayden Hill, just the 1 bout so far. A points defeat to Gary Maguire, that back in October. So not ideal for both men, Glenn, you'd say, obviously, because they want to be in there and have competitive bouts. But it's great that we can get some action. They can get a few rounds, get the feel of the big night atmosphere.
You know, for the last 2 years, there's been a drought. You know, everybody has suffered in all sports, and certainly in boxing. And you know, just to get back and to get fighters back in the ring is really a blessing. And so, you know, but we're still having fighters pull out. The matchmakers are still struggling a lot. You know, that's the reality of life and the reality of sport. And you know, they just got to get on with it. And I think the guys are, you know, they're getting some work, they're getting a payday, and they're getting the chance to, you know, to show their skills. So I mean, they'll, you know, obviously it's not ideal, Dom, but you know, it's better than nothing.
And is often the case as well. They're giving it some as well. It's not going to go on their records, but they're going to make it count, these rounds tonight, both Bartlett and Hill. But you are the voice of boxing, Glenn McCrory, former IBF Cruiserweight Champion of the world. But I'm worried about your voice. Yeah, it's not going to go on you tonight, is it?
I hope not. I hope not. A little bit of cold this week, and I'm just struggling a little bit, but we'll get through this evening.
It won't be a problem to you. What are you on about?
I've got to be in
fine.
fine fettle for next week because we're in Newcastle.
Oh, here we go.
So I got to be in tip-top condition.
Well, it's all about tonight. It's all about Dean Sutherland later on, of course, topping the bill. What a great lad. We spoke to him at the top of the show. Look forward to seeing Dean in action.
A very good prospect, and you know, it's really exciting when you get a new area, and you get a prospect from a new area. And you know, Aberdeen, it's a lovely town, it's a lovely place, and you know, this is a fantastic venue. Absolutely looks, if you could have made it, it's like they've just dropped a little place in Vegas into Aberdeen, and it's perfect for boxing. Not a bad seat in the house, and a great place for Dean to show what he's got.
Well, it's like a round, very posh version of York Hall, isn't it? It's extremely decorative, a bit Art Deco, and again, it's very, very stylish. It's a dinner show tonight as well. Everybody is decked out in their finest. It really is, as you say, Vegas. There is a lot of glamour about it here tonight.
There certainly is, and you know, there'll also be pressure, you know, on Dean Sutherland that he has to perform. He's got to keep this. He's got to keep this momentum going. He's looking for big honors. You know, he wants to go the whole way and take it to a world title. And what that would be like. Can you imagine the atmosphere, you know, when that happens? And you know, with the talent he's got, you know, I think he can do something really big.
Well, his dream is to box in the open air on the pitch at his beloved Pittodrie, home of Aberdeen, of course. Big football fan, and he's got the support of the city behind him, so that is a very credible dream. He's just got to keep winning. Simple business.
Very simple. Very simple. Yeah, that's the plan. But you know, it's just one fight at a time, and what I like about Dean is he's level-headed. He's dedicating himself to the sport. You know, he's give up his work now. He's full professional, fully committed. And you know, I think you know, we'll see the benefits of that full-time commitment, because he'll improve in leaps and bounds.
Well, that is top of the bill, of course, Dean Sutherland against Corey McCulloch, but we do have some great talent on show. Dundee's Ryan Gall is in action. Edward Donovan from Limerick, of course, we've seen here before. a real talent. One of many from Limerick, actually, making waves in the sport. Excellent young talent. Younger brother of Paddy Donovan, of course. The charge of Andy Lee.
Well, Andy Lee in Limerick, what an inspiration for young fighters from that area. Terrific champion, terrific guy, turning into a pretty good trainer as well.
He is indeed. We've also got Calvin McCord from Ayr. He's on the card against Rustin Fakhullin, who we saw in London last week in action. Edward Donovan, as we mentioned, and then the main event, Dean Sutherland against Corey McCulloch.
Yep, some good action to be seen. Undefeated fighters. Edward Donovan, a good fighter. Calvin McCord, 9-0.
A brilliant amateur, Calvin McCord. Done everything right so far as a pro. Very, very active amateur. Had a really, really good career.
So it's good to see these young fighters as their career just gets lifted up. And we always enjoy taking Fightzone on the road, and especially to Scotland.
But did I mention that we're going to Newcastle next week, Glenn?
I was going to mention it myself.
What, for the 15th time tonight already?
Tommy Hodgson is going to be on that bill. A young, exciting talent from the northeast. Ant Ormsby, another one, making some waves up there. And Big Dave Allen coming north.
He always creates a stir, Big Dave. Of course, managing fighters as well, the likes of Stevie Levy, going great guns. And good to see him back in the ring, though, Dave. It's been a little while since we saw him on Fightzone when he made that comeback against Andrea Pesci.
And he's got a good following. He's got a good following everywhere. Dave, he's a real character, real nice guy, an entertainer, and I'm sure they'll love him in the northeast.
Well, we are watching a lively exhibition bout between Ben Bartlett of Dingwall and Hayden Hill from Arbroath. And you know, the referee, as it is an exhibition, he's keeping an eye on things because he doesn't want it to go beyond too much of an elevated spar, really, in fairness. But both lads are making sure they get something out of this workout tonight.
Yeah, no, this is entertaining. I think the fans certainly enjoying it. And the fact that, there's not a decision at the end of it means both boys can just show what they've got a bit. And they're doing that. It's very entertaining. Good classy work from both men.
Good fast hands from Bartlett at the end there. Just really let the hands go and jolted the head back of Hayden Hill.
But Hayden Hill, he's getting through with some decent shots as well. Lovely right hand there. Just skimmed the chin. Now imagine if he really let that one go with full force. Just had the one fight, Hill, and lost that. And I think that was a lot to do with nerves. He was fighting Gary Maguire, who's very experienced. And I think it just got the better of him over the 4-round distance. He just didn't get warmed into that fight quick enough. And that's what can happen.
Well, we saw Gary Maguire in action at Turnberry, got a win. Got a stoppage win last time out. Does have a bit of talent. He can turn it on, Gary, when he wants to.
There's a good left-right from Hill, straight down the middle. And these two not holding anything back. Right hand lands from Bartlett. And this is really warming up. And the one thing that you can't take away when fighters are in the ring and people are hitting each other is pride and ego. And you're in front of a crowd and you don't want somebody to start teeing off on you, so you're going to try and put them in their place. So you know, exhibitions are very difficult to pull off because, you know, you've got fighting pride in there. And these two are having a go.
Always good to see a full house as well early doors. It's what we had here. Everybody really enjoying the night. It's an event here, isn't it, in Aberdeen, when Dean Sutherland tops the card.
It really is. And you know, Hayden Hill, I think this will do him the world of good because, you know, he had nerves in that debut fight. And in this one, there's no result, but he's starting to loosen into it. He's starting to do better things than he certainly did in his first fight. You're seeing what he can do in there. So I think, you know, this will be a nice little workout without the pressure on him. Took a right hand there.
Good snappy work again from Bartlett.
Yeah, you can see well-schooled, good amateur pedigree, and it shows when he's in the ring. Loosens up, lets his shots go.
He has taken a dig on the nose, though. He's got a little bit of damage to the nose. He was due to face Mike Jurich tonight. As we have seen, there have been all sorts of issues that promoters face getting these shows on the road. And it's just great to be here and look forward to the fights tonight.
It certainly is. And, you know, everybody in the crowd really enjoying themselves. We've got a few people up dancing. Very early in the evening.
It's going to be absolutely
so be
bouncing later
on.
It's very warm in here as well, which just adds to the atmosphere of the whole thing, I think, as well. The fighters are feeling it in there. Even, you know, this exhibition, you can see the heat under the lights. It's quite extreme.
Do you know, as soon as you get through them ropes, Dom, and you know you've been in the ring, and you know you've thrown a few punches in your time. But when you get in there, you know, seriously though, that you know it becomes very serious, doesn't it? You know, it's as soon as you're in there, you're down to business, because you know it's the hurt zone. And because this is an exhibition, these guys are relaxing a little bit more, so they're allowing themselves to work inside. You know, because they haven't got that bit of extra pressure on them, and you're seeing some classy work. It's amazing how much nerves can spoil your performance. How nerves can get in the way.
It's the exhaustion that nerves can create as well, isn't it, really? I mean, they can feel drained after 30 seconds of being in there.
Dom, how many times have we seen fighters look beaten before the first bells ever rang? And that's nerves, that's stress, that's all the things that come along with this game. You know, you don't play boxing.
Well, it's a great compliment to both lads that this in no way feels like an exhibition.
No, they're very serious about what they're doing in there. And if you didn't know, you'd say this was a good competitive fight. If you didn't know there's not going to be a winner or a loser at the end of the fight, you would say this is a good competitive fight. Ben Bartlett, his fourth outing. 3 wins out of 3. But the quality amateur from Dingwall. Where is Dingwall?
It's up towards Inverness. It's a growing band of fighters from that neck of the woods as well. You remember, obviously, big Gary Cornish, the heavyweight.
Yes, very
Boxed
much
Anthony
so.
Joshua,
Yeah.
he, you know, the Highlander.
Yeah.
He was flying the flag for the Highlands for a while, but there's a good few fighters coming through. We've seen them here before.
It's good when you start to get fighters from areas that you're not used to seeing them from. You know, and it's really about getting the exposure, and that's what Fightzone is doing. It's giving people from all different areas, giving fighters from all different areas the opportunity to work.
Well, Luca Micheletti we saw here as well, from up that way as well, the magician. So there is some talent coming through from the northern extremes of Scotland, if you like, but of course Aberdeen. It's pretty far up as well, isn't it, Glenn, as we found out travelling up today, even for you, a man of the northeast. This is the real northeast, I think you could say.
It certainly is. It certainly is. But what a beautiful trip up.
Oh, the train journey up the coast is fantastic.
Anybody has not been up this way, you must take a train ride up the coast.
Make sure you sit on the right-hand side.
Make sure you take in Northumberland, the beautiful, beautiful coast of Northumberland.
I was talking more kind of Edinburgh to Aberdeen myself, but
I was asleep by then. But no, it seriously is a wonderful part of the world. We're starting to get like tourist guides, Dom, now that we're out on the road with Fightzone.
Well, it's always good to combine the passion with a bit of travel, isn't it, Glenn?
Most certainly is. And Newark, what a turnout last week.
Yep.
In Newark. Wonderful night at the Tower Hotel.
Yep, Carl Greaves was making the sandwiches,
and then
brewing
Newark.
the tea, training fighters, promoting, managing. He was doing the whole thing last week, wasn't he, Carl Greaves? So there we have it, a 6-round exhibition between Ben Bartlett and Hayden Hill, really well contested. And as the ovation proves, very, very watchable as well. They made the most of that situation, Glenn.
Certainly was, and you know what? That was good for them. That'll have done them the world of good just to get some exposure. No real pressure on them. You know, it's very early in the career, and people don't realize, you know, how tough it is to get in there. You know, in front of a crowd. You know, when it's early in your career, and you know, just to take a little bit of pressure off these two and get them some experience will do them the world of good in their next contests.
Yeah, both men just 22. It's very early days. But what was the most pleasant venue you boxed in then, Glenn? Because this is...
Stanley. Stanley, the Vegas of the North, for my world title fight against Patrick Lumumba. It was unbeatable.
Well, it is an exhibition, but let's get our man in the know, Mr. Craig Stephen, on the mic.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we go back into the ring now as we because this was an exhibition contest, so it was a low-scoring contest, but our referee, Mr. McIntyre, has asked you to join him and congratulate both of our boxers in the ring, Hayden Hill and Ben Bartlett.
So Bartlett and Hill. Pitches.
And that was good entertainment from both boys. Both had, you know, and they put on, you know, Ben Bartlett is 3 fights, 3 wins. Hayden Hill's 1 fight, no wins. And yet that looked a good match. Hayden Hill equipped himself well. I know there was no result, the pressure wasn't on, but they both went through the motions and they both looked very good. Did what they had to do well there, Dom? and I think they're both coming up. And
well, they're going to make their way to have a chat with us as well. It's great to see them both really go for it there, make the most of that, and make the most of the situation that they're in. And of course, bigger and better nights for both men. Competitive action coming up as well. But of course, here on Fight Zone, it's all about prospects to champions. And one champion we already have in the stable, and she will be in action on Fight Zone very soon, right here in beautiful Scotland. And that, of course, is Hannah Rankin. Well, I'm joined now by both men. It was an exhibition, lads. Now, I know neither of you really want to have an exhibition. You want to get in there and throw level for real. But I'll tell you what, fair play to the pair of you. You made a really good fist of that. Ben, firstly for you, I know you had a very late change of opponent. Was it just good to get in there and have a move around?
100%. I wouldn't even care if it's a heavyweight in there, even though he has got a good few pounds over me, like. But, you know, things happen. Just got to get on with it. I'm up and down the country every week training, so why not? Why not get in the ring with anything? So, it is what it is, just got to continue.
Fair play to you both as well. Anybody tuning into Fight Zone tonight, they're looking at a competitive little matchup in there. And I suppose that's what you had to do. I know that obviously with it being an exhibition, the referee might say, keep it easy, lads, but you've got to get something out of tonight, and you both did, you can see that.
Yeah, I love a wee fight, so me and Ben sparred a few times, so I fancied a wee war room tonight, just a bit of fun.
Killer of it as well.
Not out of shape, but I went stuck in anyway.
It's hot in there as well tonight.
He got about 10 pies on me, never mind out of shape. But nah, like you said, bigger gloves on as well. Usually fighting in 8s, you know, sticking these 14s on. So I'm not used to these. I like thinner punches, getting in close. But you know, he's heavier than me. I had to outbox him a little bit, but it is what it is. Brilliant show. You know, there's a lot of big names in the Highlands. Stokeman Brothers, Ross Houston, Cage Warriors, World Champion. I'm 100% the next big name coming out of the Highlands. You can mark my words.
Well, we look forward to your journey, and we want to see the pair of you back on here, obviously on Fight Zone very soon. What's the plan? What do you want to do, Hayden?
I've got a fight in Dundee at the Caird Hall in 7 weeks, so...
Don't step back any further, by the way. You'll end up in someone's dinner.
Dundee at the Caird Hall, so I'll just be preparing for that now. Yeah. Just back in the gym.
Good stuff. And how about yourself, Ben?
Just back in the gym. I'll be back in the gym Monday, training, grinding. And speak to Davey, whatever's around the corner, I'm up for it, just give me a call, I'm always ready.
Well, fantastic effort tonight, lads. You put on a really good show to start the show, so you can look forward to the action now. All the best.
Thank you.
Take care. Well, there we are. We're going to get on with the action now. Our MC is in the ring, of course, Mr. Craig Stephen. He is ready. We're ready to crack on with the action.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome to the ring from Southampton, Alex Tuktarov. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the city of Discovery, here comes Ryan Gaw. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, you're all very welcome here to Ballroom Brawl 2 at the Beach Ballroom, Aberdeen, brought to you by Dennis Hobson's Fight Academy in association with Matty McAllister's Northern Sporting Club and Sam Kynoch's Kynoch Boxing Promotions. We are sponsored proudly by JJ Crump and Son for Cozy Homes, by Empire Pro Store, by the Insta Group and our Gila Lounge. And this is our opening contest. This is 6 3-minute rounds in the welterweight division. All our officials appointed by the British Boxing Board of Controls, Scottish Area Council. In charge, our supervisor is Mr. Paul Graham. On the bell, our timekeeper, Mr. John Bruce. And in charge of the action for this one, ladies and gentlemen, we are very proud, very pleased to have former boxer, former British champion, owner of the Lord Lonsdale Challenge Belt, and now A-class referee. Please welcome from Paisley, Mr. Kevin McIntyre. Introducing first in the blue corner. He wears the black and silver shorts with green trim, weighed in at 10 stone 10 pounds. He comes to the ring this evening in his 36th professional contest, fighting out of Southampton, England, Alex Tuktarov. And across the ring in the red corner, he wears the black and white spiderweb shorts with red trim. He weighed in 10 stone 7 pounds. A 4-fight record, 3 wins, only 1 defeat. From the city of Discovery, Dundee, Scotland, Ryan Gaw.
Right lads, you both know the rules. Obey my commands at all times, defend yourselves at all times. Touch gloves, let's go to work.
So referee Kevin McIntyre with the final instructions. Ryan Gaw from Dundee, the 28-year-old, taking to the professional ring for the 5th time tonight. 3 wins, 1 defeat against Southampton-based Alexei Tuktarov, the 36-year-old, who was due to fight in London last week on Fightzone in the Tower Tussle against Frenchman Ismail Francois Millat, who was prevented from boxing due to a medical complaint, so didn't get any action last week. Gets in the ring tonight against Gaul from Dundee, wearing the Spider-Man style shorts with the webbed front and back and red panels, against Tuktarov wearing black, white and green.
Well, Gaul come out straight on the attack, throwing lots of punches. Not a great deal in them, just pawing with them currently, just trying to find his range. Landing with body and head shots. Gaul, 28 years of age. 1 loss in his 4 starts so far.
Well, the loss on his record, he was unfortunate to take to the ring for Willie Warburton's final ever contest, and anyone that's watched Willie's career, a centurion and then so in terms of the amount of fights, close to 200 fights, Willie, not too far off. What talent Willie was, really, but obviously took to life on the road and did what he needed to do. But when he wanted to turn it on, Willie was a right handful. And I think Ryan Gaul found that out at the very early part of his career. So absolutely no shame in dropping a points defeat to Warburton.
No, vastly experienced Willie. And so far, Tuktarov not doing a great deal, covering up, having a look, starting to just get a little more adventurous. And this final sort of 40 seconds of the opening round. And it's been Ryan Gaul who's had the better of the work.
Tuteroff is experienced, wily campaigner, 36 fights. He's won 4, lost 25, drawn 6. Been in with the great and the good, in and around the welterweight division and bigger.
Well, it's been a good solid round for Ryan Gaul. Thrown a lot of punches. Hasn't really getting a lot of power behind them as of yet. Tuteroff, just towards the end of the round, started to throw a few more punches. But for the most part, he was happy enough to defend. As Ryan Gaul just started to loosen up a little bit and let a few punches go.
He's tall and rangy Gaul, isn't he, at the weight? Long levers on him.
Yeah, he's got to use that though. He's got to use that jab. I'd like to see him not throw as many, but try and get a little more power into his shots. Might do that as he settles into this. Falling short with his jab, and Tuteroff might just start getting a little more daring.
Well, he's certainly been active, Tuteroff, and despite the fact that he didn't get on the show last week, this is his 5th fight of the year. There was no boxing in January, so he's doing all right. Very busy boy.
Well, he's starting to just come awake a little bit, Tuteroff. And it's really down to Ryan Gaul to, to stamp some authority on this contest. Get the center of the ring and start letting a few power shots go. Takes a right hand there, nice counter from Tuteroff.
Decent right hook from Tuteroff, finds the left side of the face of Ryan Gaul. Not troubled by it, it seems.
Well, he's the sort of journeyman that, if he starts to sense that, he's got a chance in there, he'll start livening up, as he is in this round. He's starting to do a little bit more. Well, that's really because Gaul not getting a lot of substance in his punches. He's just flicking them and feeling them out. Little rat-a-tat punches.
That'd be a big statement for Gaul if he was to step it up and stop the man in front of him, who's got 2 more fights this month in the diary. He's due to fight next week and the following week. Again, it is great, isn't it? There's so many shows now, and that all the fighters are getting busy again. I mean, obviously the journeymen, the road warriors are very busy, very much in demand.
It certainly is. Yeah, it's good for all the fighters. It's been a hard couple of years when boxers can't ply their trade. Luckily enough, Fightzone managed, to get fighters out through the pandemic as well, with the shows outdoors. Tremendously well done, Dennis Hobson, Steve Crump for doing that, finding a way. We had some good nights as well, Dom, didn't we?
It was fantastic, the old Fightzone Arena in the shadow of the Sheffield Arena, but it was a brilliant setup really, with the marquees, the tents, the seating area, all the outdoor, and the weather was kind for just about all of the fights bar one, I think, where there was one pretty miserable night, but didn't stop any of the action. was like being at a festival, really, wasn't it, half the time?
It certainly was, yeah. And hopefully we might even get to revisit that scene this summer.
Round 3.
Well, he wasn't as successful in the second round. Took the rough, started to get back in. It might have even gotten a share of that second round. And landing a good right hand. Took the rough.
Well, maybe it's understandable that Gaul, just a slight bit tentative. Not been in action since September of last year. And clearly, obviously, like everybody, hasn't been busy. So the start of his professional career very much hampered by the pandemic. And takes a good left hand there as well off Tuktarov.
Yeah, he does.
Jolted the head back of Ryan Gaul.
He just needs to be more economical, Gaul. You know, he pushes his hands out and is busy with the hands, but there's not a lot of substance in those punches. And they, you know, some don't connect, some hit the gloves. And he's not doing enough to, you know, keep Tuktarov at bay.
Oh, and another good left hand finds the target, and again, Gaul susceptible to that.
Well, Tuktarov, look, you see how he's getting confidence, he's warming up, his hands are down, he's moving from side to side, showing a bit of lateral movement, showing a bit of skill. But what we see most of all is confidence coming into Tuktarov. Another good left hook. He's starting to enjoy himself a little bit in there, the man from Southampton.
Now just guilty of a little push there on Ryan Gaul, but as you say, he's really up for this now. He hasn't won a fight since August 2019 against Grigory Varesian.
Well, Tuktarov has certainly landed the eye-catching punches in this round. Another right hand lands there. He's just finding it more and more difficult. Gaul looking to hang on a little bit as well there.
A huge wild overhand right from Tuktarov, which...
Well, Tuktarov showing Gaul, you know, no fear, hands down.
Yeah, the much shorter man in there, but Gaul is struggling to use those physical advantages at present, and you've given that round to Tuktarov, Glenn?
I have, and you know, oh my God, now this is level pegging, and I think, you know, he needs a real talking to in the corner, Ryan Gaul, to get back into this fight, to put some, you know, to start dominating it like he did in the first round. Be busy pushing Tuktarov back, because, you know, I sense in the next 3 rounds we're going to see more and more of Tuktarov. Another right hand lands from Tuktarov. And again. Ryan Gaul trying to show some dominance in there.
Again, You talk about the confidence. Look, the hands down of Tuktarov. He's trying to toy with Gaul.
You know, the difference is, Dom, this is his 36th fight. And, you know, it's only the 5th fight for Ryan Gaul. Every now and again, you know, they look at a journeyman's record and think, you know, it's going to be plain sailing. But journeyman, you know, there's an art to what they do. And if they just see a little leak, a little weakness in an opponent, you know, that they're not up to scratch, they quickly start to change their tune. You know, they need to get wins as well. You know, the board doesn't let fighters just have defeated records for so long. You know, they've got to be capable. They've got to get wins.
Well, we saw it at Turnberry just a few weeks ago. Alfie MacArthur, his debut against Gary Maguire, and Maguire sensed that it was there for the taking, and MacArthur retired after the 2nd round. It was, you know, a much-needed win for Maguire at the right time for him. So we can see these upsets.
We're just getting a bit scrappy. Too much holding here in the 4th round. That's a bit better from Gaul. But again, just falls in, spoils his work. He was looking to get his hands moving there. But the first chance he got, he fell in, caught with the right hand. Hands down. And a big swing from Tuktarov. And a messy sort of round, that one, Dom. Gaul, you know, started to be a little bit busy, but eye-catching punches, but just a few of them were from Tuktarov, where Gaul was busy, but his punches didn't have a lot in them, so it's how you score a round like that. Well, Ryan Gaul may just be edgy in this, but certainly nothing conclusive.
Just comes out for the 5th, tries to get the jab working, but again, a little snappy left hook from...
Well, I was watching between rounds in the corner of Tuktarov, the coach. Just saw, you could see what he was telling them. He was telling them to move around, relax, you know, pick your shots from long range. Just pickpocket them, and that's what he's looking to do. Body shot landing from Tuktarov.
Oh, and again, he's getting some decent shots off in close, Tuktarov. And again, Gaul, with the physical advantages he does seem to have, he's spending a lot of time in close and taking a couple of hooks for his trouble.
Yeah, there's certainly there's a lack of power with Ryan Gaul that is hindering him. You know, he's not getting the attention of Tuktarov. He's not stopping him in his tracks. You know, when you land cleanly, you know, you need to, you know, your opponent needs to respect you, and he's hitting them with shots, and you know, Tuktarov just walking through them. Left hook again. And it's much better start from Tuktarov, who's really, you know, following the corner's instructions, just being elusive, picking his shots sporadically, but is landing with them. And then back to his elusive self. And you shouldn't really be known for being elusive if you've lost 25 or 35 fights. And it's Gaul who's the one that's looking to hold, and it's the fifth round, which Tuktarov is getting the better of. Another right hand lands.
Well, final knockings of the fifth round. I'm just taking a sneak peek at your scorecard, Glenn. That's going to make it very tight going into the sixth.
Very tight. I've got 2 each and 1 even. So, you know, if you look there in replay, it's Gaul that's looking to hold. It's Tuktarov that's getting little counter punches in, getting shots in from long range, getting shots inside. And he's done the more eye-catching work. Early on, it was Gaul who was busier, but there was nothing in his punches.
Well, according to Glenn McCrory's card, Ryan Gaul needs a big sixth round to make it 4-1. He's got good support here in the venue, the Beach Ballroom. North Sea coast, the wind whipping in off the sea onto the promenade here, but inside. Oh, it's roasted in here.
Well, Gaul needs to let those hands go. He's spending too much time trying to grab, and that's been noticeable over the last few rounds. Or is that just inexperience?
Just a little bit scrappy as well in this final round.
But this certainly hasn't been a comfortable night for Ryan Gaul. Might be able to get something out of it if he can have a big last round. That's better from Gaul. Tuktarov still fighting back though.
He's trying to sink those shots in from inside Tuktarov. Then he worked to the body.
But there's been too much holding, Dom. It's been a messy fight. And I must admit, Ryan Gaul, you know, has been a lot to blame with that nice little chip shot from Tuktarov. Hands down, still taunting his opponent. I think, you know, that's put Gaul off a bit as well, hasn't it? That sort of confidence, that arrogant display. Gaul hasn't really known what to do with that.
Well, he is an interesting journeyman, isn't he, Tuktarov, the way he goes about his business. arms down most of the time, just taunting his opponent. He's certainly not one to tuck up and run.
No, it's been messy and tidy from Ryan Gaul. Looked to hold too much in the latter part of this contest.
Well, there we have it. The 6 rounds are over. Ryan Gaul and Alexei Tuktarov, and Tuktarov it is who salutes the crowd. I mentioned before, it's been a while since he's had the arm raised in victory. Well, he feels, I think, that tonight could be his night. From Ryan Gaul's point of view, just takes a drink. And the body language, he doesn't look too pleased with himself. It was, as you say, a bit messy and scrappy, and there could be plenty of reasons for that. A little bit of inactivity. But of course, the man who matters now is the scoring referee, Kevin McIntyre. As both men pose for pictures in the middle of the ring. Has the man from Dundee done enough on your card?
Well, it's one of those that could go either way. I think, you know, Ryan Gaul may have just edged it with some better work in the last round. I would not be surprised, though, if Tuktarov got it always a draw. That sort of fight. Messy, inconclusive. But we'll find out very shortly. Kevin McIntyre, very experienced, former British champ, now making a good name for himself as an excellent referee.
Well, the man who knows is our MC, the one, the only, Mr. Craig Stephen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go to centre ring to referee Kevin McIntyre. We have the score totals. The scoring is exceptionally close. 58-57. The winner from Dundee, Scotland, Ryan Gaul.
Yep, exceptionally close. So we got it by a point, Glenn. And I don't think you'd argue with that. That's pretty much what you said would probably happen.
That's exactly what I had.
Yep.
Just a little busier at the beginning of the last round in an untidy contest, but Ryan Gaul manages to get through that one and gain a little bit more experience, which obviously, you know, he needs. He'll be happy to be in front of a great crowd here and get some good experience. But that was a tough one for him, and it was untidy, and it'll be very interesting to see what he thinks about that and how he thinks he performed in there. Did he have it as close as the referee and myself had it? Did he think he'd actually won it? I think we'll find all that out very shortly.
Well, we will indeed. Of course, still to come, Edward Donovan, Calvin McCord, and of course Dean Sutherland, the main man here in these parts of Aberdeen. But of course, so much action coming your way in Fight Zone. It's Newcastle next week, and very soon Hannah Rankin defends all her belts. Well, I'm joined now by the victor, Ryan Gaul. Now, Ryan, I know it's hot in there, it's hot here, but I don't know what it's like for you boys in there. He's a canny operator, that fella. Firstly, assess your own performance there.
Could have done a hell of a lot better. Getting caught with some silly shots, wasn't jabbing as much. Happy to come away with the win, obviously. I worked hard, but it's just on to the next one. Address the mistakes in there tonight and move on.
Yeah, it was a messy kind of fight.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, it got a bit scrappy in there. I mean, his style, he's not your typical journeyman, is he, the way he goes about his business?
No, he come to win, and I'm just happy to get the win for my big support that comes up every fight, and just grateful. So big thanks to my cornerman and my sponsors keeping us going.
Now, inactivity has been a bit of a problem for everybody.
Yes.
You boxed in September. Not ideal that you've got to wait again to get out, here again. And I mean, without looking for excuses, because you're not happy with your performance or you're not over the moon with it. What is it that's kind of hindered you a little bit tonight?
Well, I would probably say that inactivity, because obviously I boxed in September. I was supposed to be out in January, but the board suspended boxing in January. So obviously, and this is a long wait. At the end of the day, you could poke holes in it all the time. We'll address it in the gym, work on it.
We hope to see you back on Fightzone soon. Then what's the plan?
Well, I'm out again in 7 or 8 weeks in Dundee, my hometown. So I've got a big support for that. So hopefully a better performance there at the end of April.
Some setting this, isn't it? Some night here.
Brilliant, brilliant. It's like York Hall in Scotland, isn't it? So
it's a bit prettier than York Hall.
I've never been, but obviously this is a good venue. I'd love to box here again.
Yeah, well, obviously Dean will be on main event, so get yourself changed and enjoy the main event.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
But there you are, Ryan Gall. In victory, it was tight, but he got the arm raised, and that's what matters here. And of course, as I mentioned, Dean Sutherland is topping the bill in a fight with Corey McCulloch. But we're going to get on with the action here because our MC is ready, and he is Craig Stephen.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome to the ring Rustam Fatkulin. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here comes the man from Ayrshire, Calvin McCulloch. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good evening. Our fight fans in attendance here at ringside, and a special welcome to our viewers joining us around the world on Fightzone. You come to us, or we come to you, from Scotland, from Aberdeen. We're in the world-famous Beach Ballroom and Dennis Hobson's Fight Academy in association with Matty McAllister's Northern Sporting Club, and Sam Kynock is very proud to bring you 6 3-minute rounds in the super lightweight division. We're proudly sponsored by JJ Crump & Son, Empire Fight Store, Agila Lounge, and by the Insta Group. Referee in charge for this one, once again, Mr. Kevin McIntyre. Introducing first and boxing out of the blue corner. He wears the black and silver shorts, weighed in at 10 stone 2 pounds. Comes to the ring this evening, 31st professional contest. Fighting out of Southampton, England, Rustam Fatkulin. And across the ring in the red corner, he wears the blue and fluorescent shorts. He weighed in at 9 stone 13 pounds, brings a perfect record. 9-0 with 2 KOs. Standing before you as the reigning Scottish lightweight champion from Ayr, he is Calvin McCulloch.
Right lads, both of the rules, obey my commands at all time, defend yourselves at all time. Touch gloves, let's go to work.
So Calvin McCulloch from Ayr, wearing the blue with fluorescent yellow trim. Fantastic amateur. He's had inactivity. It's been frustrating for him, but finally he gets a chance to get rid of some of those frustrations against Rustin Fightzone, the 29-year-old Southampton-based fighter, who we watched in action against Alfie Winter a week ago in London. That one going the distance. Fightzone wearing the black with silver shorts, and McCulloch, the 25-year-old from Ayr, taking to a professional boxing ring for the 10th time tonight. He's had time out of the ring, broke his hand twice last year. That's really hampered the progress, but he is a real talent and in a hurry to really establish himself in a big, big way on the scene. Alongside me as ever, the former IBF Cruiserweight Champion of the world, Glenn McCrory.
Well, he's got a good record, McCulloch. Obviously, he wants to protect that, wants to get over some ring rust and put in a good performance in front of a very appreciative crowd here in Aberdeen. Well-schooled type fighter, McCulloch. 2 stoppage wins in his 9 outings.
Well, he picked up the Scottish lightweight title in just his 6th bout. He's not had the opportunity to defend it yet, but you can see what he's all about there with a good hook to body and head. Really snappy combo.
Yeah, nice variety. Left hook to the body, right hook to the body, then left hook to the head. Nice combination, which landed. Fightzone, experienced pro, 30 fights, only stopped on 2 occasions.
And guess where he's going to be next week if he gets through this one unscathed?
Well, it's amazing, these journeymen, you know, they've got that much confidence. They've got 2 and 3 fights already in the diary over the next few weeks.
Well, he's due to fight Tommy Hodgson in Newcastle. Of course, the Fightzone cameras are going to be all over that. But he's got McCulloch to contend with at the minute, and he's not messing around. He got a fan-friendly style. When he did win that Scottish title, he was down twice himself before turning it all around and stopping Laskowski himself in the 8th. So, you know, if he's going to be in fights like that, he's going to get a much bigger fan base very quickly. But that was a good first round from Calvin McCulloch's point of view. Been out of the ring since June of last year. Needs to get rid of the cobwebs, obviously, and he's going about it the right way.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult. You know, as I say, nerves, lots of things come into play outside of just boxing, which is hard enough by itself. But that was a decent enough start from Calvin McCulloch. He'd be happy enough with the first round. He got Fightzone on the back foot and under a bit of pressure from time to time.
So the second round of the schedule 6. And we're going to see a bit more tempo from McCulloch. He's travelled from Ayr. I tell you what, that's not an easy journey either. I mean, we've had lengthy journeys, Glenn, but that's the southwest of Scotland, not too far from Turnberry, where we were a few weeks ago, right across the country to the northeast.
You know, but when you get the chance to work, Dom, you don't care. You know, you'll travel anywhere. You know, especially the way it's been with fighters having long layoffs. You know, they're resuming their careers and getting it's like a lifeline has been thrown. And, you know, they'll be so happy to get back in the ring and doing what they do best.
Gets away from the day job as well, of course. He's a full-time electrician. One slight downer for him with travelling up to Aberdeen for this fight is that his mum's not been able to get out of work, so she's not here for once. She always watches his fights, but he's fully intent on getting the business done.
Well, he's trying hard with that right hand. It's just falling short, just missing a little bit, but he's winding it up. He's got good variety, mixes it up well to head and body. Cullen tries for that left hook to the body himself. A little bit wary, isn't he, Fat Cullen?
Now McCord steps it up, goes to work, but again, Fat Cullen just using his nows to tie him up, McCord. I mentioned the amateur pedigree. You can see it in McCord. Had around 115 amateur fights. Won international tournaments for Scotland. Very close in British Championships. He won silver 5 British Championships. So great grounding.
Well, you can tell starting this fight, just a little bit of ring rust. He's starting just to loosen into it a bit in this round. It's all about just loosening up. It's hard, you know, when you're in a fight, the level of concentration that you have, but you've also got to be relaxed and loose.
Good work from McCord in the second round. Plenty of the crowd enjoying themselves here, aren't they?
Certainly are, yeah. Yep.
It's going to be lively when Dean Sutherland enters the ring, that's for sure. I think everyone's well fed and refreshed now.
Well, they certainly seem to be livening up. You've got their dancing trousers on.
Thrown a few shapes in your time, haven't you, Glenn?
No, not me.
Just in the ring.
We've thrown a few shapes in the ring for sure. Well, we want to see a little bit more of the same, just loosen up a bit. Nice right hand to the body from McCord, and it's a good jab. It's a nice relaxed but accurate, solid jab that he throws. Doubles it up at times as well. Right hand landed there. Just didn't really let the jab go, which I like. You know, he varies the tempo and he varies the power in punches. This is all stuff, all technical stuff you need to learn as you progress. Don't throw everything with every punch. Well, he's got the center ring, Calvin McCord, as he should. He's looking to throw the double jab, which is good. Gets my seal of approval on that.
Well, he knows what he's in against as well. In fact, Hulen, he's wily, he's durable, knows what he's doing.
A little nod from Fat Coolan of respect to McCord after that combination landed. Fat Coolan is a good journeyman, good solid opponent. And, you know, he's taken a few shots. That's gained the respect of Calvin McCord.
Well, again, the record, you look at them and you think, well, could this be a relatively straightforward night for McCord? He's got 8 victories. Fat Coolan, 22 defeats. He's only been stopped twice.
Well, McCord just looking to build that record, but there'll be tougher fights and more competitive fights ahead. So you're trying to get as much experience as you can. Nice combination there from McCord, left hook, finishing off the combination. Don McGuinness stands up and busts into YMCA. Come on, Dom.
Well, why wouldn't you?
Go on, young man. Well, good performance so far from Calvin McCord. You know, I like the way he's just, you know, he hasn't gone all out yet. He's keeping himself nicely tucked up, nicely within himself, but he's just starting bit by bit to show a little bit more as he goes along.
So halfway through the scheduled 6-rounder. Every round to McCord to this point. You could really make a case for Fat Coolan having a share of a round really either. He's not really had any success.
No, everything so far to McCord. And just looking around, Dom, this really should be like a prototype for a boxing arena, shouldn't it? Every town should have a building just like this for boxing. Should make that part of council mandate.
Yep, it is fabulous. There isn't a bad seat in the house.
It really is. Lovely arena, and, you know, just for boxing, absolutely lends itself fabulously.
And it is good to have Dean Sutherland flying the flag. I think, if you remember, Lee McCallister was from these parts. Remember, he had
a couple of nice shots just landing there, Dom, from McCord. Yeah, Lee McCallister.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very decent, had a proper good go. I think he actually turned out as a heavyweight on the unlicensed scene not too long ago as well. Beefed up a little bit, but obviously was a very, very decent lightweight back in the day. Fought the likes of John Murray.
Nice left hook there from McCord. Crowd appreciating that. Just hunting his man down now, trying to cut the ring off. Good defensive work there, just slipping the head from side to side. Likes to work the body and then try to bring that left hook back to the head. It's good, he's compact. 25 years of age, Calvin McCord. So, you know, they'll be letting him off the leash sometime soon, one would think.
So another round in the bank for McCord.
There's still, you feel, boxing within himself a little bit. You know, he hasn't really stepped through the gears. He's a little tricky, Rustem, Fightzone.
Well, so far so good, and it is very hot in that ring. We mentioned the lights before, and Ryle Gall said it to me before after that fight that, you know, really, really feeling the heat in there. But this fella is super fit. He did 2 marathons in a couple of days to raise money for a defib. Likes a challenge, wants to do 100 miles in 10 days. These little challenges, Glenn, you like a challenge? You like climbing mountains when it suits the diary?
I don't.
Well, you did.
I don't actually, Tom. I don't.
I've never heard anything sound more horrific in all my life, to be honest,
Me
with what you
neither.
told me.
Me neither. I don't. Sorry, I don't know.
Well, you've climbed.
Nobody asked me to climb anymore, please.
Well, McCord is somebody that does like a challenge anyway. Very good runner.
Challenge for me now, Dom's 2 pies. That's a challenge.
I think you can do that.
Have a good day. Well, I'm sure in the corner they've told him just do what you're doing. You know, don't take chances. Don't be risky. Just, you know, go about your work. Keep nice and compact. Get that jab working. You know, just practice your combinations. Just get some good ring time in there. You know, he's compact. He's solid. I like the way he lets his shots go. I think we'll see a lot more of Calvin McCord. You know,
Low blow maybe. Kevin McIntyre's having a look at this one. In fact, Hulin, he's complained about a couple of head shots back of the head, and now he's gone down on south of the border.
Yeah, I just get that sense that McCord is starting to get through to him. It's starting to get tough in there, and that's when we start to see, you know, the good journeyman like Fightzone start to complain. You know, start to look for little rests where they can, because they know it's getting hard in there. They're trying to, you know, it's a psychological thing as well. They're smart cookies. They're trying to break up the rhythm and the tempo of their opponents. Just get them thinking. Anything to bide a little bit of time.
Jab to the body from McCord. We mentioned the repertoire earlier. He does mix it up a bit, doesn't he, in terms of shot selection?
He does. I like the way, you know, he throws that left, right, left hook to the body, left hook to the head. You know, when he's in with a competitive fighter that's coming at him, you know, when he gets in with your fighter of a similar record to himself, then you know the opponent's going to be coming to win, is going to be on the attack, and that's when fighters leave themselves open. Yeah. So you know, you'll see him starting to get through, starting to stop opponents more and more. when he's in with livelier opponents, you know, because people don't quite understand that, you know, they might have big losing records, some of the journeymen, but they're very good at hanging in there. They know what they're doing. That's what they do for a living.
They don't get stopped. That's why they box every week.
So you know, fighters like McCulloch will get more stoppages with more competitive fighters. With better fighters, he'll get the stoppages because what he does well. They're looking for that left hook to the body, left hook to the head, and you see that was a good shot to the head, and he knew exactly when he had to complain.
I couldn't quite see the low blow, actually.
No, it didn't look. It wasn't. It was not borderline at most. But the left hook to the head was a very good one, and he did exactly the right thing. We saw it. We saw it there, you know, in the slow motion when he quickly complained because he'd been hurt to the head. That was a good little insight into a good journeyman at work.
So McCulloch doing what he's been doing since the first belt, just moving Rustem Fakhulin around the ring, controlling center of the ring.
The load up with the right hand and a couple of left hooks to the head. Good head movement there from McCulloch. Defense equally as important. You don't want to be taking shots. You know, if you're the type of fighter McCulloch is, you know, you've got to have good head movement and good defense because, you know, he's looking to get in close all the time.
Tries to get the straight shots going there, McCulloch. Well, I think he probably realised by the second round that it was going to be going the distance, this fight, if you like, against a character like Rustem Fakhulin.
So, you know, he hasn't gone through the gears at all in this fight. You know, he stepped it up a little round by round, but he hasn't really put his foot, you know, on the pedal to try and close the show. And I think, you know, he's happy enough just getting the rounds in, getting the work.
He did sneak in a nice little uppercut in previous exchange there. And as you say, I think, and you've seen it on his record anyway, when he faced Laskowski, who came with plenty of ambition, that's when he had the really entertaining fight down himself, but then he came back to finish the job, and that's what we're going to see with this fellow when he is in with...
Yeah, you are going to see him in good fights, you know, just by the style that he has. You know, he's no nonsense. It's all about just getting in there, getting to work, starting to just show us a little bit more in the final seconds of this one.
Well, it has been a tough year for Calvin McCulloch with his broken hands, so again he gets 6 good rounds in the bank, a shutout victory, no doubt about that. I'm sure the scoring referee,
never took anything of any note himself. For the most part, it was a good performance, an unhurried performance. You know, he wasn't looking to steal the show here this evening. He was looking to get some work in. Nice workmanlike performance. conclusion. 60-54 on my card, and referee Kevin McIntyre, I think we'll have it fairly similar. So I think we're ready with the result.
Yes, Calvin McCord, a good 6 rounds. Our man with the no is MC Craig Stephen.
Thank you, Tom. Ladies and gentlemen, a referee is going to bring together both boxers, and as he does so, would you please show your appreciation for both our boxers in the ring. Mr. McIntyre's scorecard reached 60 points, 55. The winner, still undefeated, Calvin McCord. And please your appreciation for Rustem Fadkulin.
Well, Calvin McCord's fans and everybody here at the Beach Ballroom in the wonderful city of Aberdeen are happy with that. McCord himself seems happy, as does Rustem Fadkulin, because he knows he won't have to get in with McCord for a good while, if ever again.
No, all smiles for Calvin McCord.
Of course, still to come here on Fightzone, your new home of UK boxing. Remember, it is free to air as well at the moment. Free subscription right through April as well. Some fantastic cards coming your way. And we still have plenty of action here in Aberdeen. The very talented Edward Donovan, exciting prospect from Limerick. We'll see him in action very shortly. And then, of course, Dean Sutherland in an all-Scottish affair against Corey McCulloch. And Donovan from Limerick, Glenn, I know that we're excited about him. We saw him in his second professional fight here against Stephen Floyd back in November, when the Fightzone cameras rolled into Aberdeen for the first time. He's got good pedigree, good amateur, good team around him.
And it's a family affair. Paddy, his brother, 8-0, going great guns. And Edward doing similar things, and he's up next, and we're looking forward to see him. He takes on Mike Jurek of Czechoslovakia, who's had 2 fights, 2 wins, and 2 KOs. So that makes that a, you know, a very, very good fight that we're going to see in a few moments.
Well, we are indeed. And of course, remember, we're in Newcastle next week. There's plenty, though, coming up on Fightzone. Well, delighted to have the winner, Calvin McCord. You've got your fans behind us here now. They're going to start screaming now, obviously, when they see you do an interview. But you got the rounds in there. I know you've had a tough year with your hands. Was it just important to get those rounds in the bank tonight?
Just the rounds I was desperate to get in. A tough year I fought last June down in Sheffield. Then broke my hand twice, a bit of an up and down year, but finished the year good training, back training, and lucky enough to go fight tonight.
Slippy character, Fadkulin as well, isn't he?
He's good, yeah, he's really tough, and it was a good fight. It's good to get the 6 rounds in, and I felt as if I was going up through the gears every round, getting better and better, so, and I was cruising still in the last round. So
Glenn McCrory said in commentary, he likes your shot selection, he likes the repertoire, but he could see that there's so much more to come. Yeah. And obviously when you're in with ambitious lads, that's when we're going to see the real you.
Boys that want to trade with me as well. I think the better opponent I'm going to be in with, the better opponent, the better I'm going to be. Boys that don't want to mix that with me, it's hard to do stuff, they want to spoil. Whereas somebody that comes to fight, they'll see the better side of me.
I know you've come across from Ayr. It's not exactly easy for you to get here, is it? And I know that your mum had to miss it tonight, didn't she?
My mum was working today, she couldn't get it off, so my mum and my sister, they've all missed it. A few of my best mates, and I've got a couple of my sponsors, so I'm really grateful for them making a 4-hour journey. On a Friday, I will have to take days off their work to come and see me, but I really appreciate the support, and I want to deliver good performances for them, as well as for myself, but for them. My 2 coaches, I want to everything's for them. Well, 3 coaches, Sam, Marky and Laura. they spend so much time with me in the gym, and I just want to be better for them all the time. Show the work that they're putting in with me is being rewarded.
Well, listen, well done tonight. Go and enjoy the rest of the show. We'll see you on Fightzone very soon. But there you have it, Calvin McCord. He's got the 6 rounds in the bank. He's done the business. And we're about to see another exciting young fighter. I just want to bring a man in here now to have a quick word with me. Because, again, we know about Limerick fighters. We know about the talent in the Donovan family. But, Paddy, again, we're going to see your kid in action now. Tell us a little bit about those that haven't seen Edward in action. What can we expect?
Edward's a tremendous talent. He was an unbelievable amateur with 10 national titles, European champion. So his pedigree is quite high. So I expect big things in the pro game with him. So far, he has 2 fights, 2 wins. The 2 opponents that he has fought has been undefeated. So tonight he fights his 3rd undefeated fighter. So he's proven he's going the tough way about things. I think we're going to expect a tremendous performance tonight. Us Donovan family expect nothing less from him tonight. So he's training hard, he had a great camp, and we're very excited.
Well, we saw him here back in November, obviously, as well, and he got the win over Stephen Floyd. But he is an exciting talent. And what about yourself, anyway? Because you say fighting family, the Donovans are doing the business for Limerick at the moment, aren't you?
Yeah, so far so good. I just fought the Josh Taylor card, as you know, so that's my 8 professional fight, 6 stoppage. Hopefully move on to the World Youth title now and keep building my name across the globe and keep moving forward. So we have big plans and we want to continue. I think I have the best team in the world with top rank and trained by Andy Lee and my dad, so the sky's the limit for me.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, getting on that platform was brilliant for yourself, obviously, but we've known about you for a long time. It's great that Edward's coming through as well. You mentioned Andy Lee, you mentioned your team, and again, the sky's the limit for yourself now, first and foremost, isn't it? I mean, Edward's younger, he's coming through, he'll get his chance, but what's the plan now going forward? How quickly do you want to move?
I want to move. I want to keep steady and keep moving. I think by the end of this season I'll be World Youth Champion, so I'll be 23 years old by that, and hopefully maybe by 24, the end of 24, get a shot at a world title. Why not? I think I'm good enough. I think I have the best team in the world around me, the best coaches, the best promotions, so I think I just keep improving, keep listening to my coaches. I can do anything I want in the sport. I know I've got the talent, I know I've got the skill, I know I've got the looks, so we bring it all. Tonight we expect a good performance from Edward. I tried to be a role model for him home in the gym, and I try to keep him steady, keep him on the right track, keep him training hard. And he's very dedicated to the sport of boxing. He takes it very, very personal, so he enjoys it, he loves it, so we expect a great performance.
Final one. We know about you, we know about Andy Lee. What is it about Limerick at the minute? Because there's some other boys coming through, very talented fighters, boys and girls. We've seen Lee Reeves before on Fightzone, so there's a good scene going on in Limerick.
Yeah, some very good pros. My brother-in-law, Jason Hardy, he's another professional fighter, signed here with the guys, so a lot of great talent coming through. We're setting the barrier quite high at home. With some very good amateurs, very good professionals, and we're a very close-knit unit. We train together all the time, it brings each other on, so that's, I believe, is the secret to our success. We inspire each other, we train together, we learn from each other. We have a great bond at home in the city. We've got the best fans at home in Ireland, I believe it's from Limerick City, so we have it all at home. We just need to continue entertaining and let the crowd see how good we are.
Well, it's nearly time for Edward now, and he can argue about who's the best looking Donovan anyway, but it's Edward's time. Well, thanks for joining us, Paddy. Enjoy the fight. And again, it's nearly on with the action now, so we'll cross to our MC, the one and only Craig Stephen.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the chief supporting contest of the evening. Would you please welcome, firstly, to the ring from the Czech Republic, Mike Urey.
2, 3, 4. Woo-hoo. Woo-hoo.
So I'm gonna let her do all the talking. Ooh, ooh. I came across a place in the middle of nowhere with a big black horse and a cherry tree. Ooh, ooh. I felt a little fear upon my back.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Limerick, Ireland, here comes Edward the Dominator Donovan! Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, you're all very welcome here to the Beach Ballroom, Aberdeen, Scotland, for our penultimate contest, the chief supporting contest of the evening, brought to you by Dennis Hobson's Fight Academy in association with Matty McAllister's Northern Sporting Club, alongside Sam Kynar's Kynech Boxing Promotions. We're proudly sponsored by JJ Crump and Son for Cozy Homes, by Argila Lounge, by Empire Fight Store, and by the Insta Group. And this is 4 3-minute rounds of super lightweight boxing. An international contest, timekeeper at the bell, Mr. John Bruce. Referee in charge for this one of Scotland's finest, from Hamilton. Please welcome Mr. Kenny Pringle. Introducing first, boxing out of the blue corner. He wears black with white trim. He weighed in at 10 stone and 12 ounces. He brings a perfect record. 2 contests, 2 wins, 2 KOs. From Brasova, Czech Republic, Mike Jurek. And across the ring in the red corner, wearing gold with white trim, on the scales 10 stone even. Former standout amateur boxer, 10 times national champion, European gold medalist. As a professional, he is also perfect at 2-0. From Limerick, Ireland, Edward the Dominator Donovan.
So Kenny Pringle, the referee, gives final instructions. And it's the 3rd professional contest for Edward Donovan, the 22-year-old from Limerick, who we saw live on Fightzone back in November right here at the Beach Ballroom in Aberdeen against Stephen Floyd. And tonight he wears the gold gloves with white, gold shorts, I should say, with white panels, in against Mike Jurek from the Czech Republic, wearing black and white. And immediately, what absolutely jumps out at you is the huge size disparity between these two, Glenn.
Yeah, certainly is. And you're seeing Donovan looking for the uppercut, trying to bring that head up of Jurek. Yeah, giving away an awful lot of height and reach, Jurek. And Donovan going to town now with big roundhouse punches. He's under fire at the very start, Jurek, and not enjoying this at all, getting caught.
Well, both men unbeaten, both men with 2-0 records. Jurek has, in fact, stopped both his opponents, but they were both fights in the Czech Republic against a novice and a debutant.
And he's hurt.
And he's down already. Edward Donovan is making light work of the 21-year-old Mike Yorick, and, well, he looks hurt already. Kenny Pringle's having a good look at him. He's waved it off. It's a very, very early night from Edward Donovan, and he just was too big, too strong. And that body shot has sickened Mike Yorick to the stomach. He looks in a bit of distress.
Well,
and that was just a mismatch, really, wasn't it, Glenn?
It was, but on paper it wasn't. On paper, Ulrich, 2 fights, 2 wins, 2 KOs. But the size disparity really took its toll. But he knew what to do, Donovan. Knew to bring the shots up and over and round and, get inside that guard of the small, stocky Ulrich. And, I mean, you can only beat who's in front of you. And he went about it in the right manner, with the right mental attitude. It was about getting his opponent out of there. He's going in with an opponent who stopped both of his opponents in both, his wins. So I mean that could be dangerous. So you've got to be up for it. You've got to get your man out of there, and that's exactly what young Edward Donovan did. Just 22 from Limerick. And, he looks the part. He's got a tremendous pedigree in the amateur game. And, he's bringing that over to the professionals. And I definitely think we've got an excellent prospect. And it will be good to follow him and his improvement through the ranks. Just bringing those uppercuts up. He's bringing the shots round the side, up the middle. He was just making it very hard for Ulrich, who had nowhere to hide.
Well, let's get the official result with Craig Stephen.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we move back into the ring. Mr. Pringle has our boxers, and before we declare the results, please show your appreciation. Both our boxers in the ring. The end comes at 1 minute 23 seconds of round number 1. Referee Mr. Pringle reaches the count of 10. The winner by KO victory, still undefeated, Edward, the Dominator, Donovan. And please, ladies and gentlemen, your appreciation, the man from Czech Republic, Mike Yorick.
So Edward Donovan, one to watch, part of the Fighting Donovan family. Really healthy scene in Limerick as well. Other good fighters coming through. Lee Reeves, Graham McCormack, Siobhan O'Leary, Jamie Morrissey. Paddy Donovan, of course, the older brother of Edward that we spoke to just prior to this bout, who's a real talent, trained by Andy Lee. But Edward has done the business. Mike Yorick came here game, looking to maintain his unbeaten record. Edward Donovan was in a bit of a hurry. A very impressive job, Glenn.
I think you've got to be in a hurry with an opponent like Ulrich. His record suggests, he can be dangerous. 2 fights, 2 wins, 2 KOs. So you can't mess about. You can't feel out opponents like that, who can ruin a record. You've got to be down to business. He had good height and reach advantage, and you want to see fighters use that. And he did that straight away. Looked to try and bring the head up, bring him up, and get through that defense, and he did with hooks and uppercuts, and caught Ulrich with the right shot to finish the job, and takes him to 3 out of 3 wins. And I think we're gonna really enjoy the progression. It's exciting for Limerick, for Irish boxing, and the fact they're boxing over here, we're going to enjoy them.
Well, the second fight on Fightzone for Edward Donovan, but it is the first stoppage win of his career. Every fighter wants those KOs on the record, and he's got one to his name today. We're going to grab a quick word with Edward, and remember, Fightzone, a busy schedule coming up.
Well, the winner, Edward Donovan, in a bit of a hurry tonight, Edward. I mean, the fella came game, Mike Yorick, 2-0, like yourself, but that was some performance. Talk us through it.
I was a little bit eager to get out there and get the stoppage. I just started a little bit too fast. Maybe I should have settled a little bit more. But it went well, it went to plan. I went out there just to give a boxing lesson, but when I got in the ring, I got just too hyped up with the crowd and just went for it a little bit more than I should have. Happy the way I boxed. He was an unbeaten lad, 2 fights, 2 wins, 2 stoppages. This is my 3rd pro fight, 3 fights. I've fought 3 unbeaten lads. Never fought a journeyman, not in this game to do so. I want to get to the top fast. So I want to beat all good unbeaten lads like myself to get up there right away.
It's the first stoppage of your pro career. How important is that to you?
Yeah, it's important to me just to show everybody I had power. In my last 2 fights, I had my 2 opponents down, but I never went looking for power. I just relied on my boxing skills, my good amateur background. As you know, I'm European gold medalist, so I have a good amateur background. So I just relied on my skills more than my power. Just tonight, I'd just show that I had a little bit of power. I was bigger, even though I weighed a little bit lighter than them, believe it or not. But I was physically bigger. I hydrated well, and just boxed, went a little bit more, took them out there early.
Talking to your brother Paddy before, I mean, again, talking about you and how exciting your journey's going to be, he's on a pretty good one himself, but there's something about Limerick at the minute, isn't there? There's something about the Donovans, obviously, but there's plenty of good fighters coming out of the county.
Yes, they are pretty good fighters. Myself, Paddy, Jason Hardy, Jamie Morty, Graham McCulloch, there are a lot of good lads in Limerick, so Limerick's in a good place in boxing at the minute, and hopefully it'll get better. We've good amateur boys coming through, so it's going to get better.
Yeah. So no journeyman for you. What's next then?
Next, look for another good lad, maybe unbeaten again, and trying to chase titles quick. Maybe by the end of the year, trying to chase a World U title. Any title can pop up, I'll fight for no problem. No matter who, win or where, I'll be there.
One big serious question. Paddy says he's the good-looking one. So is that true? What's going on?
I don't know about that. He'd like to think so anyway.
You can sort out the differences backstage. Well done tonight. You've done the business. Well done.
I just want to say thank you to SB Sports, Savador for the sponsor, also to Jamie Daly, good sponsor, Paddy. Thank you to all of them.
Well done tonight. You've done the business. Well, there you are, Edward Donovan, in a hurry tonight. Got the job done in the first round, but of course we still have the main event. It is Dean Sutherland against Corey McCulloch. And now, just to entertain the crowd a little bit before the main event, I think, it's Mr. Craig Stephen.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to Dom McGuinness for, once again, a terrific interview. Thank you to everybody who has been watching on Fight Zone. We are just about ready to go live with the main event. Just before it comes to the ring, we're going to have a little bit of a sing-along, but before we even do that, we are in the beach ballroom. We always do a raffle, and we're going to do the draw live. This is the wonderful Danny. Danny, say hello to everybody.
Hello.
She doesn't really talk like that, ladies and gentlemen. That's just our television voice. Okay, Danny, can you draw out a raffle, please? This is for this wonderful Ricky the Hitman hat and glove in a case. I'll go on, you do it. Just milk your part just a little bit more. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for the Ricky hat and glove. It's a blue ticket, ticket number 32. Who has it? Who has ticket number 32? Have you got it, young man? Fantastic. Come on into the ring. Come on into the ring and let everybody... Right, it's not that I don't believe you, but get the ticket out and let's see it. See the ticket, let's see. Right. 36, 33, 32. There you go. What's your name, young man?
Martin Donovan.
Martin, say hi to everybody on Fight Zone. Martin is our winner. Martin has our Ricky hat and glove. Thanks to Martin, thanks to Danny. So, ladies and gentlemen, the main event is just upon us. We usually have a little sing-along music before it comes on. Over to Ray, our sound man, and let's get the boxers into the ring in just a few minutes.
You're everywhere and nowhere, baby. when spring became the summer, who'd have believed you'd come along? Hand, touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Don't seem so lonely. We fill it up with only two. And when I hurt, burden runs off my shoulders. How can I hurt when holding you? Warm, touching warm, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. I've been inclined to believe they never would. Oh, no, no. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. Sweet Caroline, I believe they never could. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. But I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more. I made a man who walked 1,000 miles to follow that should do.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of the evening, the one you've all been waiting for, the main event just about to make its way to the ring. Please welcome from Arbroath, Corey McCulloch.
Really real enough. This is not familiar. I'll explain later.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome home to Aberdeen, Deadly Dean Sutherland. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, you are all very welcome here to the magnificent Beach Ballroom in Aberdeen, Scotland, where Dennis Hobson's Fight Academy, in association with Matty McAllister's Northern Sporting Club and Sam Kynoch's Kynoch Boxing Promotions, is very proud to bring you the featured bout of the evening. We are sponsored by JJ Crump and Son for Cozy Homes, by Empire Fight Store, by Argila Lounge, and by the Insta Group. They are our sponsors, and this is our main event. Broadcast live on Fightzone, 10 rounds of boxing in the super welterweight division. Sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, Scottish Area Council. Our representative is Mr. Paul Graham. Our timekeeper at the bell, Mr. John Bruce. And upon the sound of the bell, the referee in charge of the action from Hamilton, Scotland, Mr. Kenny Pringle. And so, ladies and gentlemen, in attendance here at ringside and for our viewers joining us at home on Fight Zone, the officials are ready. The boxers are ready. Are you ready for the main event? Introducing first, and boxing out of the red corner. He wears green tartan shorts. He weighed in 11 stone and 2 pounds. A 6-fight record. 4 wins, only 1 defeat, 1 draw. From Arbroath, Scotland, Corey McCulloch. And across the ring in the blue corner, wearing white with turquoise and silver trim on the scales at 10 stone 12 pounds. A perfect record, 12-0 with 4 KOs. Standing before you as the WBO Youth Champion, the WBC International Silver Welterweight Champion, undefeated, 12-0 from Aberdeen, Scotland, deadly Dean Sutherland.
First thing to note, the shots are both high here, so shot there is good. After that, the professionals, you know what to expect. Listen to all times, defend yourself all times. Touch gloves.
So the main event of what has been a great card here at the Beach Ballroom in Aberdeen. It is Dean Sutherland, the 23-year-old known as Deadly, from right here in Aberdeen, wearing the turquoise shorts and white, Dino emblazoned on the back, against Corey McCulloch from down the road in Arbroath, wearing the light green with tartan panels. And really interesting, this one. Dean Sutherland, 12 professional bouts, 12 wins, 4 inside the distance. The southpaw against McCulloch, his old sparring partner, who takes to the ring for the 7th time tonight. 4 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw so far. They know each other so well. It's an all-Scottish affair. He's got some support with him, McCulloch, but as far as this city and this venue, the Ballroom, is concerned, it's all about Sutherland. I'm really interested to see what McCulloch brings. He's a front foot fighter, says he never takes a backward step, but he knows Sutherland, he knows all about his talent, Glenn McCrory, and he is a real hope for this part of the world, Sutherland.
Well, he doesn't normally take a backward step, but he's not on the offensive at the moment. Sutherland done the right thing. He's got the center of the ring. I think he'll be looking for a faster start. Last time out against Michel Esposito, he had a cautious start. It took him a little bit to get warmed up. He eventually got the stoppage in the 8th round, but I don't think he was particularly happy early on. I think he needed to warm up a little bit more in the dressing room. So I think he'll be looking to improve on that, get a faster start, and get down to business as quick as possible.
Well, both men having a bit of a look at each other at the moment. Just flicks the jab out, McCulloch. As you say, Sutherland with centre of the ring. Always interesting when 2 men know each other so well. It can go 1 or 2 ways, I suppose. Sometimes it can turn into a bit of an elevated spar when they know each other from the gym.
Well, often, you know, when you're working with fighters the same weight, you don't show it all in sparring. You always try and hold a little bit back in your mind. There's always that thought, you know, are you going to meet this guy down the line? And you know, they've met sooner than probably anticipated on McCulloch's behalf, but the fight was made. McCulloch was very quick to take the fight. Well, and any sort of friendship and respect goes out the window. You know, once you get in there, it's competition time. You know, careers can be ended. Fights lost, expectations disappear. You know, one punch can change your fighter's career.
Well, both men have pretty much echoed what you said in the build-up to this, that, yeah, they can be pals afterwards, but there's going to be no love lost in there.
Well, McCulloch, rough and tough type of fighter, on the back foot for most of that round, and you know, unusually enough, that was a decent start from Sutherland, but it just started to warm up towards the end of the round.
Well, the crowd, as you would imagine, as it's the last part of the evening, is getting very lively now. Plenty of dancing going on around this brilliant venue. All the Dean Sutherland fans always impeccably turned out, aren't they? It's like a mass audition for Peaky Blinders over to the left of this venue. Every one of them in waistcoat, shirt, tie, all 3-piece suit up.
No, nice to see the young lads getting themselves dressed up for a night out. Obviously, it's an occasion. It's a big fight night. And they turned out in style.
So this scheduled for 10 rounds. Round number 2, Dean Sutherland, again controlling centre of the ring. Again, not what we normally see with Corey McCulloch, but yes, as you spotted in the opening stage of the first round, happy to be a little bit more on the back foot than normal.
Well, maybe he just wants to show that, he's not just a one-trick pony, that, he's got other strings to his bow. And, he's looking to box a little bit. He's looking to draw Sutherland in. He's working his left jab quite well against the southpaw Sutherland. And, he's catching Sutherland on the way in from time to time. His body punching. He's picking his shots there, Sutherland. Again, takes a jab, McCulloch. Just starting to get his shots off.
McCulloch, 5 years, the senior man. He's got himself in fantastic shape for this battle as Sutherland goes to body well. Now comes back McCulloch, just starting to liven up a little bit.
Yeah, I think now he's gonna return to form, and that's trying to get on the front foot, trying to push Sutherland back. Landed with the straight right. He is getting through with occasional shots, McCulloch.
Well, Sutherland in action right here back in November when Fightzone rolled into town. That WBC International Silver welterweight belt against Esposito. It was a tough night's work for Sutherland against the Italian. McCulloch hasn't boxed since July when we saw him in action in Hamilton against CJ Wood. He's down from a left hook in that one. Battled back, got a draw in that. He was involved in an exhibition, of course. We were ringside for that in Turnberry a couple of weeks ago, but that doesn't count on anybody's record, of course. But really interesting, lively character, Corey McCulloch. Just loves fighting. That's why he's doing this.
Well, it's Sutherland that's looking to land punches first, but McCulloch had some success in that second round. Excuse me. It's a, I think McCulloch slightly getting the better of it, slightly, just a little bit more in control, but there's very little in it. McCulloch, is getting through himself, is having some successes. And it's very much all to fight for. I think Sutherland might have expected a little more dominant a start, but he hasn't got that. So now, he's got to think a little bit.
He's been involved in combat sport all his life, Dean Sutherland. Interesting story to where he's got to now in boxing. Started off in Taekwondo, moved on to kickboxing, became a multi-world champion, different weights. Did everything he could do in kickboxing before making the move to boxing. And now it's on the receiving end. McCulloch, very good straight shots from McCulloch.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting he's getting caught with shots he shouldn't really be getting caught with, Sutherland. You know, pretty much straight down the middle shots. He should be able to just parry them off with the inside of the glove, just catch them. But McCulloch gets through again, little left chippy sort of uppercut.
Now the first big left hand from Sutherland finds a home, and this one is just ignited a little in the third round. Both men having successes. Oh, and a good exchange.
Yeah,
Both men landing.
McCulloch landed a eye-catching right as well. So he's not having it all his own way, Sutherland. 12-0, 4 KOs. Good record, Dean Sutherland. 1 loss in 6 for Corey McCulloch. And your credit to him for taking this fight. Obviously, you know, he's got ambition. He's been in, you know, he knows Sutherland. Been, you know, sparred extensively with him. You know, you just wonder in the back of his mind, does he just have a little inkling that he can pull the surprise off?
Well, one thing's for sure, he's not been overawed. Just a little bit unsteady on the feet as he took a left hand there. I think it was a balance issue. And
well, he's having some success occasionally with the straight punches. McCulloch just not landing enough. More of the work, as in the first 2 rounds, is from Sutherland. Just doing a little bit more, Sutherland. He's a little bit more active. Landing with some sharper shots, but took a good right hand there. So he's not having it all his own way.
well, McCulloch didn't have much of an amateur pedigree. He's had about 12 fights and never took it seriously. Said he smoked and drank all through his amateur career. But he has changed things around now. He's
thankfully
altered everything. Yep. But again, he's a winner in life now. He used to work offshore, but he said it was a nightmare trying to make weight working offshore because apparently the food and the shifts combined.
Oh, well, not ideal, is it?
Great food apparently on the rigs, great food. But then when you work in 12-hour shifts as well and then eating,
to be honest,
can't be easy.
You need great food. You need great food if you're going to put shifts in like that, don't you?
But he's back on shore now, working, and got himself in fine shape. This really intriguing contest live on Fightzone, your new home of UK boxing. Of course, it is free subscription at the moment as well, and when it does kick in May, it's only $1.99. Fights every week, Glenn. You have a bit of that?
Very much so. All over the country. Showing an array of up-and-coming talent on the Fightzone platform. And one such talent we're seeing now, Dean Sutherland, who, you know, we're in the 4th round now, and, you know, I think Sutherland very confident going in this fight that he can get this done inside schedule and look impressive. And I think, you know, the pressure's on him at home in front of the Fightzone cameras to do that. Because, you know, laboring to a points win over an opponent like McCulloch, who's less experienced, you know, would not do his profile the world of good, Sutherland. So I think he needs to pick it up, needs to start letting the combinations go, start looking to excite. And he's winning the rounds. He's getting the better work. He's the classier boxer. He's the sharper of the two. But McCulloch is game. He's growing in confidence, starting to come forward more. Crowd cheering. Dean Sutherland, the home fighter, on. Friends, family, all out in their droves. Sunday best on. Nice combination there from McCulloch, just reminding Sutherland this is not done yet. He's still well and truly in the fight.
Well, Sutherland does seem to thrive with the little bit of added pressure of being the hometown man, selling the tickets in Aberdeen, flying the flag for this part of Scotland. But it is just a no-lose situation for Corey McCulloch.
Yeah, well, the pressure's on Dean Sutherland. He's at home. He's in with an opponent. You know, the records say he should win comfortably. You know, but he's got a man in front of him the same weight. You know, same height. Maybe a little bit rougher and stronger. So, you know, you got to do it. You still got to go out there and do the job.
Well, this show on Fightzone tonight here at the Beach Ballroom. Dennis Hobson of Fight Academy. It's in association, obviously, with Sam Kynock, who's got all the fighters on tonight, and he manages both these boys as well, so he's got to sit well on the fence tonight.
He does. And I think, you know, I'd be fairly happy with Corey McCulloch's performance. If I was in his corner, I'd be saying the same as I'd say to Dean Sutherland. You need to try and take over now. You need to step it up. Sutherland, same thing. This fight, someone needs to really stamp authority on it. Should be Sutherland, but can he do that?
Good head movement from Sutherland.
But I think it's time now for Sutherland to go through the gears a little bit, test the chin of Corey McCulloch, test the stamina and the will. And it's about hard work. Takes a right himself and a left from McCulloch. Good body shot and head shot. Nice combinations now from Dean Sutherland. Starting to loosen into this. McCulloch still peppering him back with counters of his own.
Oh, and a big left hook. Well, it was good patient build-up from Dean Sutherland. Corey McCulloch was answering those questions, but then gets caught by that hook. And he's on his feet. Kenny Pringle, the referee's having a good look at him. He's eager to get going again, Corey McCulloch, but there is a little bit of jelly in those legs. And can Dean Sutherland finish the job in the 5th round? It was an excellent shot. Has he recovered fully, Corey McCulloch? Well, he's not firing back much at the moment. Now starts to just flick out that jab again.
Well, a minute left in this round, so plenty time. This is where Sutherland needs to show his class and his finishing prowess by going really through the gears, putting his foot down, letting the shots come from all angles, and that's what he's doing.
Well, McCulloch still tries to come back, but this has been impressive stuff in the 5th round from Dean Sutherland, who has stepped it up. The big hook, putting Corey McCulloch down.
McCulloch courageously still keeps throwing shots. Under fire again.
Well, the final knockings of the 5th round. One thing we know about Corey McCulloch, he's game, he's brave, he loves to fight. But that's a big round. A smile from Corey McCulloch at the end of that. A huge round, though, for Dean Sutherland. And a lovely shot to score the first knockdown of the contest.
Yeah, just a big right hook from the southpaw stance. He just peppered him with shots, waited for that opening, and then, you know, put the foot down, looked to get power, anchored his legs to the canvas, and whipped that right hook in.
Well, Davey and Matty McCallister in the corner there giving the instructions, and I think they want to see that right hook whipped in again.
Well, he's up on his feet early for work, Corey McCulloch.
Yep, George Ramsey in the corner for McCulloch. Has a little grin in the direction of Dean Sutherland. So at the halfway stage of the fight, you had Sutherland ahead anyway. Obviously, that knockdown has put him well ahead now, Glenn.
Yep, it certainly has. I mean, he was doing okay up till that point, Corey McCulloch, but it was a very good knockdown without ever really going through the gears. Dean Sutherland.
Well, McCulloch is still in there, but there's been success. Good straight shot early on in this round, and I think Sutherland's warming to the task. Does take a right hook of his own there, though.
Dropping the right lead right hand a little bit. Sutherland needs to watch that he doesn't get sloppy. Takes a right. It's time to bite down on the gum shield for Sutherland now and just show a bit of grit, a bit of determination to get that stoppage. You got to work at it.
Well, he's going through the gears now. Dean Sutherland, urged on by the crowd here at the Beach Ballroom. They sense there could be something big in the offing here from their man.
Well, it's a good effort from Sutherland. Needs to just keep it up. Change the tempo, the power, the angles of the punches. Show some variety, which ended up with the first knockdown. You know, little shots, and then whipped in a big right hook. Needs to find something similar. Under fire now, Corey McCulloch now. This is getting hard. He needs to try and fight his way off those ropes. He's just going to take more of the same there. But he's looking tired.
Well, that heat will be kicking in. Draining heat here at the Beach Ballroom. You can see the effects of the sweltering heat on both men. Both men excellent athletes. Well, Sutherland probably thought he was going to have similarly devastating success in that 6th round. He did have his moments, good flurry, good combinations, certainly had the better of the action as well, but Corey McCulloch just showing what he's all about.
Yeah, it was solid work from Dean Sutherland. Just kept the punches pushing out. Under fire for most of the round, Corey McCulloch. You know, he's biting on the gum shield, just trying to hang in there. But he needs something big, head dipped down, looking rejected. It's getting hard from the man from our Arbroath.
Round 7.
Well, he's still all smiles, Corey McCulloch. When he says he likes fighting, I think you can actually believe him wholeheartedly. Doesn't matter how tough it is in there. He was originally, some weeks ago, due to fight Stuart Burt for the Scottish welterweight title, Corey McCulloch, but injury to Burt scuppered that. But he said, just wants to fight anyone. He's proved that tonight. Dean Sutherland is a man with big plans, wants to fight for the British title. He'd like to have a huge fight before the end of the year. Whether he can get a huge fight up here, of course, that would be the target. Plenty of experience of sparring in England, sparring the likes of Kell Brook, who was very complimentary, wanted him as part of his training camp in Fuerteventura as well. So people know about Dean Sutherland, and apparently not easy getting him fights.
No, I would imagine not. He's a good stylist, nice boxer, carries, respectable power. But needs to tighten up on the defense a little bit. Being caught here and there off Corey McCulloch with simple shots, straight shots, which just need to be caught in the glove, parried with the inside side of the glove. That's all part of the art of boxing. Good defense. You look at it almost to perfection with the likes of Floyd Mayweather, who fabulous defensive fighter. Nice little right hook there from Sutherland. Just looking for the openings, looking to find his shots. McCulloch still lively enough, still landing with punches. Certainly has a subdued McCulloch at this stage. I think a lot of people might have thought he would have by now. So, the critics will be out. Nice left hand from Sutherland on that occasion. Just took time to move around the ring a little bit more. Trying to get himself loosened up. He's standing up during the interval here. I think the corner will be telling him now, it's time to close the show in style. You've had your man down. You're getting the better of it. You're winning all the rounds. But when you're looking for bigger and better things, titles, you've got to start looking the part.
So 3 rounds remaining. Glenn McCrory's scorecard has it all one way for Dean Sutherland, but Corey McCulloch has remained in this fight. The big right hook put him down in the 5th round. He weathered that storm. He's still trying to ask a few questions of Sutherland.
But this fight with this sort of opposition is not really about getting rounds. Yes, the rounds, you know, always come in handy and you get the experience, but it's more about a showcase. Showcase the skills and the talent of Dean Sutherland here in his hometown of Aberdeen. So, you know, I think it would be disappointed if he doesn't get the stoppage win. If he has to, you know, it's good work and he's boxing well. Took a few too many straight shots for me so far, but now he needs to, you know, put his foot in the gas and look to be all business, get his man out of there.
Good snappy fast hands from Sutherland.
But stoppages don't just come, you know, you've got to work at them. You've got to have a bit of grit and a bit of spitefulness. Bite down on that gum shield and really, you know, get a bit of bad intent into those punches.
We just have 4 stoppages on the record. He had a debut stoppage over Victor Adaga, that back in June of 2018, stopped Vinnie Atkins, and then his last 2 fights have ended inside the distance to Jose Velasquez. That's the night that he announced himself to a wider audience in that open-air show at the new Douglas Park in Hamilton. It was a great win for him with the 7th round stoppage. And then McCulloch that we saw here back in November of last year took some lumps himself that night, but eventually got the job done. He was looking for a hat trick of stoppages, but will it happen as we enter the final knockings of round 8? So it's 6 minutes to do the job. Or will there be a twist in the tail? Corey McCulloch still in there.
Well, we're coming into the 9th round. Corey McCulloch stubbornly is still there. Dean Sutherland boxing well, doing very little wrong. But can we say it's impressive? Workmanlike, classy.
Well, interesting to get the thoughts of the fellas afterwards in terms of those sparring sessions. How much did they play a part in this fight, the way that it's developed? And obviously there has been the big shot in the 5th and a very good 6th round for Dean Sutherland. There's a good left hand just on the button from Sutherland again.
I think the hands have got to come up a little bit. I think if he looks back at the tape of this fight, he'll see he's been picked off with some silly shots from time to time, Dean Sutherland. And I think, you know, as you move up in class, that you can't let that happen. You know, you come in sharper, better punches, you know, better fighters. They're going to take advantage of that.
Now still bouncing around the ring, Dean Sutherland.
Good combination there but then skips back out of range, and there was no need for that. You know, he landed 3 shots. If nothing come back, just keep landing them.
And McCulloch edging forward now.
Well, 2 nice shots landed, and a third from McCulloch. Shots that Dean Sutherland should not be taking. You know, the hands are coming too low. He's all a bit casual. And, you know, Corey McCulloch, although, you know, he's not doing enough to win these rounds, you know, he still landed with some good punches.
So who will have the final say in the 9th? A little prod to the body from Dean Sutherland.
Well, much the same, Sutherland. You know, he's winning the fight. Fairly comfortable throughout the rounds. But I don't think he'll be happy with the way it's going. I think he's standing off a little bit too much. He's given Corey McCulloch a bit too much respect. He's been caught with you know, just silly, ordinary shots. You know, just by the hands being carried too low.
Well, I don't know. You don't like to see fellas embrace during the action, Glenn, I know that, but these two are pals. Obviously, they put that to one side for tonight. But respect shown at the start of the 10th and final round.
Well, got to congratulate Corey McCulloch, you know, for hanging in there.
Well, he was on unsteady legs in the 5th. There was a beauty of a right hook from Sutherland that put him on the canvas. But he did weather that storm. He weathered a fairly turbulent 6th round as well. But other than that, it's proved stubborn opposition for Dean Sutherland, who's not managed to find a way around this obstacle that is Corey McCulloch.
No, and for me, you know, I think obviously they couldn't help the opponents. Difficult to get opponents for Dean Sutherland, and I think maybe mentally, because he knew Corey McCulloch and he sparred with him, and you know, knows he gets the better of him in sparring. I think maybe he's just mentally just come down a level. Just you know, hasn't been, you know, a lot of times to be at your best, you need best opposition. You need the best opposition you can have. And I think it's time now for Dean Sutherland to be tested. You know, he needs to fight someone like a Lewis Crocker, you know, a Lewis Green, a Chris Jenkins. You know, he needs to fight, you know, fighters that are above him in the rankings, fighters that are winning, fighters that are competitive. I think it's time, you know, it's time he has a real test to see what he's made of. And I think he'll answer that test and will bring the best out of him, but he needs that now.
Monica Osterman, the current British welterweight champion. I know that Dean's got his eye on him. There was some talk about him boxing Conor Benn a little while ago. That would have been interesting, but since then, Conor Benn, of course, has massively come on and become a bit of a star of the welterweight division, and I think Dean himself said that that would be beyond him at this moment in time. But there's so many talented fighters in the division that surely the options are brilliant from moving forward. Real swelling under the right eye of Sutherland now tells a story.
He's been hit far too much. Defense has not been good. it's been a pretty pedestrian performance. You know, I'm a fan of Dean Sutherland, so you know, I'm going to be maybe a little bit overly critical. You know, he's got lots of talent, but he made hard work of that. Got the job done. He'll be happy to get it done. But at no point did he really impress. He didn't. There was not a point where you went, wow. You know, that was special. You know, he had to work for the victory. He's got a fat eye. You can barely see out that right eye. That's swollen right up now. But, you know, a win's a win.
Well,
and he's got to learn from that, Dom. He's got to learn from that, because the one thing that you'd say was not enough, you know, not enough spite, not enough bad intention. But also defense. You've got to look at that defense and say, wow, you know, we got to go to the drawing board. We got to watch these tapes. We got to say, where are we going wrong? We should be catching those shots. We should be, you know, blocking them, slipping them. You know, you don't need to get hit with punches like that, like you did.
Well, the body language tells its own story. Dean Sutherland doesn't look particularly happy with his night's work. Corey McCulloch put in a real shift. A very brave effort. Was down, but certainly not out. Stuck it to the very end. But Dean Sutherland surely will be a wide winner. We'll cross to find out exactly how this one will pan out with our MC, Craig Stephen.
Ladies and gentlemen, a referee, Mr. Kenny Pringle, will bring together both boxers. And as we know, this man, Mr. McCulloch, stepped in to the breach at the very last minute. So we all owe him a great debt of gratitude. Your appreciation, please, ladies and gentlemen, for both our boxers in the ring. We go to Kenny Pringle's score totals, 98-90, the winner. Still undefeated, deadly, Dean Sutherland. Ladies and gentlemen, it takes two great boxers to make a great contest. Please show your appreciation. The man from Arbroath, Corey McCulloch.
So, as expected, Dean Sutherland is a winner. Good effort from Corey McCulloch. We will hopefully grab a word with both men. So, Dean Sutherland is smiling now, but I'm sure he'll be a little bit self-critical. But it was a fight that I suppose he just had to motor through. Is against a change of opponent. Corey McCulloch stepped up to fight him. Job done.
You know, yes, you can say that, Dom, but I think, you know, you got to look at the face. You got to see the damage. You got to see why the damage. Was I impressed? No, I wasn't. He needs to be a lot better than that if he's going to progress into the top of the welterweight domestic division. Never mind, let's not get carried away with world titles and all that yet. On that sort of performance, you know, it's going to be tough to get a British title win. So, you know, there's a lot of improvement he's got to do. He's got to learn from that. I'm sure he will. But, I mean, that was an ideal fight just to sort of see where you are. And, you know, where he is there's a long way to go.
Well, Dean Sutherland posing for pictures in the ring. Corey McCulloch makes his way out. Of course, what a night of boxing, though, here on Fightzone at the Beach Ballroom, this fantastic venue on the shores of the North Sea in the granite city of Aberdeen.
Well, Dean Sutherland, big smile on his face. I'm not sure how happy he'll be with that, though, but we will find out soon enough. We'll find out soon enough as he goes over and joins Dom McGuinness for an interview, just find out exactly how he feels about that. And I'm not sure he'll be very happy. Over to you, Dom.
Well, delighted to be joined by the winner. Hopefully, I think Corey's going to come along as well. But Dean Sutherland, you got the job done. We spoke to you at the top of the show.
Yeah.
You've gone in there, you've done 10 rounds with a fella you know very, very well. You had him down in the 5th. You probably thought, is that it? Am I going to get him in the 5th? But you know he's tough. You know what he's all about.
He's a very, very tough cook, guys. He's a fantastic sparring partner.
Us as well, Corey.
Oh, man.
We'll have a word with you now in a second, Corey. But Dean, no, stay here, Corey, stay here. Obviously, you got in there. You know each other so well.
Yeah.
There was no friendship act before you got in the ring. That was always going to be the case. I know you're going to be pals now.
I
liked him. He never liked me. Is that the way it was? Now, there's a lot of familiarity in there. Did that play into the way that the fight maybe moved on a bit?
Maybe a wee bit, to be fair. I think Corey knew fucking 2 steps what I was going to do, and I knew 2 steps what he was going to do, so we're a wee bit gun-shy trying to go in there. I think as well, I got a wee. The only time I actually relaxed in the fight is when I landed the clean shot in the 5th round, and then straight away after that, tensed up. I thought I was going to try and get him out of there early. I was far too tight for it. My legs just didn't get firing off. Like, my movement was good, but then just the hands wasn't following up after it. I'll put it down as a learning experience. Thanks very much for obviously Corey stepping in, and probably be back sparring in a week or so at a time. So we'll be like that.
We know what you're all about. You'll fight anybody. You're a fighter.
Well, I'm not fighting him again. I'll tell you that for sure.
Well, you did do very well, because when you went down in the 5th, we thought, is this going to be an early night?
That's twice I've been doing, and when I'm down, it doesn't faze me when I'm there. So it's quite easy to recover. But I think being punched for Dean for the past 3 years, I get used to it. So when he's catching him there, this is just another day in sparring. But honestly, I take my hat off to Dean. He's such a bright future, and that I knew the show could have been a bit up in the air if somebody never stepped in, and I was happy to step in, and I want to see him go as far as he can. And if it means start taking shots like that in the face, then it's so be it.
Well, listen, you landed a few of your own, as we can see.
That was a head clash. That was not punch.
But no, honestly, hats off to Corey. Fucking very, very tough man, and definitely the Scottish title's got to be what he's up for next. 100%. I don't think there's much people tougher in Scotland than Corey that can take shots like that. And I'm telling you, I was ringing them in, and no, all the best to him in the future. And I'm looking to just use this as a learning curve and move on to something bigger.
Well, you were meant to have that welterweight Scottish title fight with Stuart Burr a while ago. Hopefully that'll come off for you anyway.
Well, obviously it was a bit going for the Scottish. There was a lot of pressure in it, going for the 10-rounder, because I've never been more past 4. So this was a good opportunity, regardless. But we kind of spoke about what happens if I get defeated by Dean, that the Scottish could still be an option. So it was good to get in there and get past 4 rounds for once. And even the 10, now I know what it's like, a bit of experience for going into the Scottish. And to stand with somebody like that, it's not going to get much better. So if I can stand with him and only go there once, then maybe I'll not go down in the Scottish, but we'll see.
You've more than played your part tonight. And listen, Dean, we'll see you again, I think, in June. Is that
that's the plan? 25th of June, Saturday, 25th of June, back at the Beach Ballroom, and hopefully defending my WBC international title.
You can go and mix with all those 3-piece suit fellas that have been singing and dancing all the way through tonight.
Oh, of course you are.
Well, all mates again. Well done, fellas. You put on a great show tonight. Well done. Well, of course, on Fight Zone, we are on the road all the time. We're in Newcastle next week, and then we're going to be back north of the border. This is a small matter of Hannah Rankin defending these belts. Well, they are best pals again, Glenn. We knew they would be, but I mean, Dean was serious when he said he was going to try and take him out. You know, there was no messing about at the start of that fight, but Corey, tough guy. I'm delighted that he's got his 10 rounds, as he said. That will set him up well for when he has that experience of a Scottish title fight. And Dean Sutherland's going to learn from that, because he was quite self-critical.
You know, he's got to learn from that, Dom. You know, this is a tough game, and you know, often you don't get second chances. You know, he's in a very good position now. He's 13-0. He's going to be moved into another level very soon. I think he's ready for that challenge. He's ready to step in with a contender somewhere around about the same place that he is. But I think he should be self-critical. It wasn't a great performance. He's got a lot to learn, and the one thing that he needs to learn quick is don't take shots like he did. So, you know, I've got to be critical as well.
You're a horrible man sometimes, aren't you?
Don't, that's the way it goes, mate.
Well, of course, this has been a great night in Aberdeen. It's our second time that we've been here in this fantastic Art Deco venue. Next week, he may have mentioned it once or twice, we're going to be in Newcastle. Yeah. Looking forward to that one, Glenn?
Looking forward to it very much, just as much as I was the win 2-1 over Southampton away from home.
Oh, you're right.
Wasn't going to mention that either.
Well, Tommy Hodgson, Dave Allen, plenty of real talent on show next week as well.
Very much so. The city is rocking it at the minute, and I think it's great to get the box in there because there's some big things going to happen in Newcastle very soon.
We're both going for a dip in the North Sea, so we will see you on Fight Zone next week. Thank you for watching.